Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back to another live stream of Hearthstone. We are black and white today to support net neutrality if you're in the United States at all. And please contact your congressman and other representatives. That way we can put the pressure on them and continue to have things like YouTube actually at least partially work. If this is the best we're gonna get, it's only gonna be worse if the FCC destroys net neutrality, which is what they're trying to do because the person in charge of it works for Verizon. Even though he works for the government, he's working for Verizon and very rich people. So I've been trying here on the daily quest to trade out and get more, but I haven't been handed the best hand. It's almost as if they doubled the amount of gold you can get. Then they shifted the odds of you getting a 40 quest, because I've been trading things out and I've got 160 that's now 120, and now I have 150 that's 100. So we will get more gold, but they certainly seem to be making it more difficult. Now my last stream was one of those Sunday streams where nobody was on. Hopefully today will be different. So I have this new app that I found out Cripperian uses, and it's called Hearth Arena, and I'm itching to test it out. So if somebody comes on the chat and wants to see me play Arena, only one person, that's all it needs, is one person to ask me to play an Arena run, I'll do an Arena run. But if nobody's on chat, if nobody's willing to go that far, I'll save my gold for another time. But I really do want to do an Arena run myself, because I'd like to try out this new app. This is potentially promising for much better Arena runs by just telling you what the card values are. So it will say the 3 picks and then have an overlay that tells you this card is worth this value, this card is worth this value, this card is worth this value. And if I just play that way, which seems like Cripperian plays that way too, and he was the 3rd ranked Arena player for 1 month at least, so it seems like this will at least potentially make me win my money back, and that with the new expansion cards very well might allow us to start moving forward and making having more successful encounters. Let's see if we have a tavern brawl, if this is just the old tavern brawl to start with. Okay, this is one. No time for cowards. Play minions. Plague minions gives them charge and taunt. There's only... Okay, here's the mulligan. Go, go, go. Well, let's make a warlock deck then. And if everything has charge, then let's see. I imagine there's a decent deck you could make as far as things having charge, and then let's just type in damage. Like, if I can get things that are really strong and then damage myself because of that, let's see, that might be balanced very well. feel like I should have more some of these cards. I'll take this. I'll take this. I'll take this. That puts about a 15 there. And then I wonder if I should stay within the Warlock cards or whether I should move on to something else. Dead Steed might turn out to be an interesting one. I'm trying to think here. I think, honestly, let's take that too. That'd be an interesting twist. I don't think I need that. I think what I need is, of the ones, charge and taunt, what would I want? The thing that would be have the most attack without a taunt. So what would that be? This very well might work too with a Murloc deck. Let's see, I'm just trying to look here. Yeah, we'll take that to try to balance out some things. And then something like can't attack charge. I'll take one of those just to see if that works. But what else? Charge. We'll take one of those just to see. Take those two. We only need 5 more cards. I'll take that. What else are we looking for here? Should I play Mana Wraith? I haven't played Mana Wraith in a long time. Charge, but it's more expensive. One more card. Do I have anything specific I would want? We'll just do that. My deck is full. Hey, this is new. Let's give this a try. So, I don't really have a ton of news to cover, and I'm kind of hoping people will hop on and chat. Like, I almost wonder if maybe I should just keep the news from the previous week. In a weird way, I probably should. If I had 2 more just whiteboards, and I cycled through them, and didn't erase things as I was going through the process, then let's not take that one, or that one. Oh, we'll hold on to that one, I guess. Like, that might work. I was also thinking maybe just put all of my news things on the... Do I have any friend requests? No. just put all the news on my second screen. I don't really have room for it, but yeah, that would probably work too. Interesting. Summoning a Jade Golem doesn't work. Well, this is gonna turn out to be an easy way to get victories too, so this might turn into a really short thing. So I guess I'll just go ahead and go through the news now, because if this turns out that it's really easy to get victories through the Tavern Brawl, I'm just gonna save myself some time. I finished Life is Strange. The ending literally has a nightmare in it, but it also is a nightmare of a game. For them to put like an hour of a nightmare sequence in the middle of a game that was hugely convoluted. I'm not gonna say it's really complicated, because I think that's the wrong thing to say. I think it's convoluted in the sense that it's got a lot of twists and turns and alternate realities and different timelines thrown into the game for really no reason. I guess this little cursor here shouldn't be there. We'll just go ahead and put it there out of the way. For the Hearth Arena thing. Deal 5 damage to my hero. I guess I have to do this. Jade Beamoth. Job done. So yeah, Life is Strange was a mess. It was a weird way to end this thing too, because I had this director's commentary that was about 45 minutes long at the end, and
I can ease your pain.
It mostly just had the creators of the game saying things that I imagined they would have said anyways, and I was listening to it and I was talking over it. There really wasn't much of a wrap up. I've noticed that more and more as I wrap up games, I've run out of a lot of criticism to say right at the end, because it's really just a summation and repetition of what I've been saying before that point. Let's see. I guess I can kill this guy. This. And this. So yeah. Oh man, I've got that flickering mouse issue again. I just installed a Windows 10 update, and there was something weird about that too. Let's see if we can stop that. Limit capture frame rate.
So many possibilities.
No. I think what I need to probably do is switch this down to 1080p, and I won't do that right now. But
So many
I think the higher resolution probably is a stupid move anyways. Well, let's just 1910 by 1080p. No, still have the flickering.
Almost out of time.
Let's go here.
Wanna blow something up?
Alright, let's see. So yeah, I don't know why the flicker happens, honestly. Like, it seems something in OBS, or it seems something with the overlay. Like some, but even when I turn off the Hearthstone deck tracker overlay, I guess I have to specify which overlay now. I shouldn't have done that actually, because here's the deal.
The end is coming.
We'll see what they want to do with this. Maybe it's some kind of interaction, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I'll have to see if anybody else is having this issue. There's some weirdness too, certainly, with the way Hearthstone Deck Tracker does its overlay versus the way even Hearth Arena does its overlay. Because, like, all I had to do is click a button on the capture of Hearthstone and say, get any overlay screens, like, for instance, well, I'm gonna lose here. What was I talking? Yeah. I have to make a separate recorder for this. See, the thing here is the mouse is still flickering. Maybe I have to reset it. Maybe that's it. Maybe I have to reset it to 1080p. But yeah. In fact, I probably shouldn't have had it at the higher resolution anyways. Rendering things at higher resolutions than scaling them down is probably not that useful as far as Steam's, as far as YouTube is concerned. Yeah, but yeah, I was talking about Life is Strange. There really isn't that much to say about it, other than the things I say in the game. It's got some weirdness to it. I don't think the writers were writing to their strength by writing an 18-year-old girl. I think there was several almost support signaling, virtue signaling going on there about being anti-bullying, anti-gun at schools, which are all good things to try to write about if you know something or if you do the research. I just don't think they did the research, and they squeezed like anti-guns in schools, anti-bullying into a story that is also has time travel and a murder mystery, or mystery in general, and there's just too much there. And their love of Twin Peaks sent them in a very strange ending. Like, that last episode is straight up, I'm gonna try to make Twin Peaks, and anybody trying to make Twin Peaks is probably wasting their time and being silly. There's other things that you should do, with maybe the exception of, was it Swery that made that game? Deadly Premonition? Yeah, Deadly Premonition does Twin Peaks from the beginning to the end, and that's all it really wants to do. And it's almost a complete ripoff of Twin Peaks, whereas Life is Strange throws in Twin Peaks right at the end and fails to really utilize episode 1 through 3, like a lot of point and click, like a lot of the Telltale style of gameplays, but they do it even worse than the Telltale games usually do it. And then Amazon Prime Day. Amazon Prime Day is mostly a ripoff, almost completely. I looked at all the sales. I looked at sales specifically for games. I looked at sales for other things. Not a ton of good sales. I did, unfortunately, he managed to break yet another controller. So my Xbox 360's wires is broken. If I could get somebody maybe in the next year or two to cut the wire and rewire it, it's right in between the connector of the controller and the Faraday magnetic shield or whatever that thing is. So it's going to be a pretty tough thing that I personally don't have the time or desire or skill really even to fix. But I know somebody else can fix it. Cut the broken wire and rewire it. It should be fine. Maybe lose an inch of length there at best, or maybe it will even gain wire if there's some spare to use. But you kind of need the Faraday connectors, otherwise you're gonna have the wire of your controller acts as an antenna and gets interference. But instead of getting yet another Xbox 360, which in all honesty I'm thinking about making a RetroPie or 2 or 3, and then I'm plugging in or putting wireless Xbox 360 controllers on them, so I still may end up buying a bunch in bulk before they go completely out of stock, which they're not really at a huge risk of going out of stock yet, because there was just so many of them made. But I decided it was time, because Windows 10 doesn't really support the 360 controller. It's time to move up to an Xbox One controller. I may eventually move right back down to a 360 controller, but I don't think so.
I can ease your pain.
You can see this is a pretty good strategy we've got going here. Have half your demons heal, have half your demons take damage. The only reason why this doesn't work in regular gameplay is because you don't get taunt and charge at the beginning. I suppose if you played a Divine Shield class, that might work too. It might work rather well. This will do 1 damage. This one's gonna do damage every time I summon something. So if I played this next turn, I shouldn't play this because this is gonna do a lot of damage to me. I could do this. Let's play this first. I should have attacked this first. I should have attacked with these two first, then this, then take this. This will do another 5 damage to me. And then end the turn. Yeah, so Amazon Prime Day, mostly rip-off. There was a Lego thing, but I'm so over budget for spending money. I'm gonna have to save up for the summer more than even what I spend on like Black Friday. Black Friday is a pretty big rip-off too, but at least it seems like there's slightly more of an opportunity there. Let's see. I think we should just go for the victory here first. Just take this guy out. Yeah, I don't really need to play cards. But yeah, the Lego carousel is a impressive set because it takes up a nice set space. My growing Lego village is on a table that's against the wall, which is pretty normal. But because it's against the wall, it kind of desires that background, some kind of background against it. And I could certainly, I'm just having this idea, that's actually kind of nice. I could get some flat base plates and some flat 1x1 squares of Legos and make a kind of mountain range, I'm thinking sky image, just a picture there with maybe with my extra things, maybe go a little 3D with the pieces, an interesting art piece. But in front of that flat background, I was hoping to put the carousel, the Ferris wheel. Yeah, it's not carousel, it's a Ferris wheel. There is also a carousel that was just announced this year in Lego, and that it's a little expensive, frankly, and so is the Ferris wheel. Even at $50 off, you're still paying $150 for a little light on pieces, a little dull design, and so I skipped that, and hopefully won't regret that later. But nothing else really even caught my eye. There was a battery pack, the things you would use to charge up a cell phone. It was a pretty good one on sale. A mechanical pencil was on sale, and that was really it. Moving on to video game news, and I'm not joking, there really isn't that much. Fable Fortunes Early Access has been delayed 2 weeks to July the 25th so that the Xbox One and the PC come out at the same time. So it wasn't even a problem with the PC version. It was the Xbox One. And that's kind of a terrible statement on the face of it, that Microsoft, Lionshead, which I thought was owned by Microsoft, did they get rid of them? And are they independent again? I don't think so. Or maybe it's not even Lionshead. Maybe it's a different developer using the Fable license that Microsoft owns. I should have researched that. But either way, Fable is a Microsoft property, and they can't even apparently make their own games as well on their console as they can on PC in early access too. That seems like troubled development for an early access thing, and that kind of sucks, because I was hoping Fable Fortunes might have a chance. I didn't think it really would, but maybe if there was more competition in the card games, that would be nice. That'd be helpful. Now, here's the weird thing, is because I'm doing this in black and white through OBS live, this footage is not being recorded in color either. So it's gonna be a little weird when this airs several months from now.
I wonder.
I can ease your pain.
Let's just go ahead and kill this. Let's see, when this one gets summoned like that, it's not a deal. It doesn't have charge, it doesn't have taunt, but it's still there, so I guess playing that one card probably is a bad idea. Neo is getting a second expansion coming this month, which brings an interesting conversation you can have about just the longevity of hype for a game these days. Neo is a pretty good game by all reports. I didn't play it. It was a little bit out there, a little bit more of a game for Japanese players than Western players, but people were still finding something to like there. Let's see if I do this and this 7 will stay alive. But when I destroyed that totem, was that can't attack unless it's the only minion on the battlefield. Oh, so yeah. He could have used those 2 to kill my guy, killed his 2, and then attacked with that. So I think I did the right move. It's a real good example of DLC not supporting their own game, and the idea of them trying to keep people invested. Now, also though, it certainly is probably a case of I've got so many games personally as a video game critic that I'm probably a lot higher than most players now, so higher in the number of opportunities to play other games, and higher in the desire to play other games. So if somebody had bought Neo, I still think they probably would appreciate that here 3 or 4 months later after it's come out, if I was to guess, that they're getting DLC and something to play. But from my perspective, all I see is a game that is completely gone. It's like, we've done that. It's over. We don't need another we don't need any more DLC, because that game has had its time, its 15 minutes of fame. And I guess that's what it really boils down to, is video games are literally getting down to their 15 minutes of fame. Not really. I would say that most games enjoy 3 days of launch time on average, unless you mess up and release at the same time as something bigger. And then if the game gains traction, it usually gets at least a month. And if it's something like Overwatch or Hearthstone or something very, very popular, then that the opportunity for it to be popular amongst its fans for a lot longer exists, but that's not really a guarantee. If anything, those are the outlying cases that bring up the 3 days to a month of being in the general zeitgeist of people's thought patterns up to a higher number. So I did want to announce Neo, but also that just got me thinking. There is a new Fig campaign, and I'd like to go back and see how many Fig campaigns have been launched. There really hasn't been a lot of them. I know for a fact, because see, so if it says can't attack, it still can't attack whether it gets charged or not. Fig being this slightly different Kickstarter Patreon model specifically for hand-picked games, specifically mostly for people who are friends of the industry and Double Fine. Let's see. Can we do this?
You will regret this. Feel my pain. I can't do that. Feel my pain.
So, yeah, this new Fig campaign, though, is called Fantasy Strike. It's a fighting game from the Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix designer. Way too many Street Fighter 2's Street Fighter games have been released. So, I don't even know if Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix is a new version or not. And it's the designer, not the creator. His name is David Sirloin. and he's seeking $500,000 for funding for this fighter game. The game looks okay. It's full of a bunch of characters that you just in general wouldn't how can I say this? In general, the characters just don't look that interesting. Why did I play that card then? Well, whatever. Wouldn't think anything about them. They're too varied, frankly, is the problem. When I think Street Fighter, there are different characters from every single country, or not every single country, but many countries, and they're fighting with different fighting styles. I think that's the general idea there, unless I'm totally wrong. But here, Fantasy Strike seems like it's a combination of some non-copyrighted fantasy characters. Like one guy looked kind of like Swamp Thing. One girl had a paintbrush and was doing some attacks like that. All of the attacks look fine. It's 3D, but from a front perspective, 3D models, but a 2D perspective and playfield, like a Street Fighter thing. A lot of the attacks are gonna just be direct copies of already existing attacks. You really can't get too far away from that because there's really no way to not copy the attacks of the previous fighting games. They're just like that. They've done all the attacks. I would probably much prefer to play Injustice and play the characters from the DC universe than play a game that's gonna just have random fantasy characters. I didn't read their plans, so maybe there is some kind of plan to license other characters, but if they can't get the license, then that they're set well for what they've got. Maybe this game in the fighting community will play and be a lot more popular, but I'm not sure that's really got a big chance. Do I have the latest card back enabled? I haven't really looked at it. This looks new and interesting, I suppose. But alright, so I need to move this to maybe here. There. I had some extra cards. I don't know what happened there, but we have an extra epic to disenchant. So that puts me at 520 dust. I don't think if I was to look at the classic cards though in crafting mode, like, I don't think there's anything I can do with 500 dust. And I'm still trying to get that classic set because, well, frankly, the classic set is gonna stick around longer than anything else. Like, when the new expansion comes out, maybe we would buy some old god packs and maybe we'd get lucky and fill in having one of everything, but probably not. We would get some Nixaramus packs, honestly, and Nixaramus was a single expansion, so that wouldn't be the ones we get either, would it? Hall of Fame. Battle Cry, draw a pirate. And this is a Hall of Fame card, so maybe we can't get this one anymore? I guess that's what we'll do. This is a wild card, I'm sure. Let's build an epic card for 400 dust and the Hall of Fame. This is 1600 dust, this is 1600 dust, this is 1600 dust. But these are all legendaries too. Well, that's my decision, I guess. Moving on. We have somebody on the chat, somebody new too. Kofi saying hi. Hi, Kofi. What's going on? I need to learn to, as a streamer, ask people questions. We need to play cards that cost 5 or more. I have a special deck just designed for that. Here. And we might as well play ranked. Oh, I forgot. I was going to see if we were on the latest card back too. Are we on the latest card back? Yes. I can't wait till the new cards are visible so we can look at the new cards and at least begin to think about how that's going to go. Yeah, so that Fig campaign is there. I still very much don't think people should fund games, even through the Fig service, which potentially might get you some money back for that, for actually investing in the game. It's just not a good it's not a good policy. There's too many games that are available for sale, so unless you have whatever percentage of the 10,000 games available for sale on Steam, not to mention all the other services for PC, until you have those thousands and thousands of games, I don't see why you should be funding new games. I'm gonna probably mispronounce their name the second time around. Let's see. Kofi says, thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. I think that's how I pronounced it the first time, was Kofi. Like Kofi Annan. I'm kind of struggling to see how you would mispronounce that. Honestly. Can I friend you? If so, can I have your name on Blizzard? Yes, you can friend me. All friend requests are fine. My battle.net ID is Rydo, R-Y-D-O, number 1423. There's also links down in the description that say the same thing if you need to double check in the description box. Now let's see if I play this. I think this will work. Yep. Mana Crystal. Go. There's a game that called Fallen Legion that has moved up its release date in the Americas to July 18th. It's for a PS4 NVIDIA. It's a side-scrolling card fighter. I couldn't really figure out what it was. It looked like a team-based side-scrolling fighting game that you might, with 4 members that are fighting against enemies. A lot of different things combined there. But the main element there, if you want to check out Fallen Legion, by all means do. The main element here, though, is that they moved up the release date. And unless they're moving up the release date to get ahead of some other game, which maybe they are, I didn't check to see what else is coming out on July 18th. And this is, I think, a Japanese game, so maybe they're competing against some Japanese game that that's not even coming out in the West. There's certainly a issue of you would want to have a good release date. You would want to have that advertisement. But I suppose, since I haven't even heard of Fallen Legion until this point, and it's coming out in just a few days, they're not going to they're really not going the route of ensuring that they they get their name out there. Tons and tons of Japanese games come out for the PS4 and Vita in the West just because it's super easy once it's already been made, and if it's not one of those games that needs a lot of localizations, you can just spend a small amount of your budget to make the Japanese language be English language, and you're done. A interesting news story: more than 40,000 Steam users were banned the exact day after the summer sale ended. They were banned for cheating. From what I hear, this is pretty much how it goes, though, with cheaters. Is they wait for the accounts to be on sale, and they then cheat on them and get those accounts banned, but they don't care because they're already on sale. Oh man. Let's give them some fireworks on that.
I have no time for games.
I guess 40,000 Steam users accounts doesn't really mean that much. I guess if we ever saw a news report saying Steam now has over this many accounts created, we might want to add in the fact and say, well, you have to consider that a significant portion of those might be banned accounts at this point.
Job done.
See if that works. Summer Games Done Quick is over. They raised $1.7 million for Doctors Without Borders. So I guess good on them. As far as I know, I haven't looked at Doctors Without Borders on charitynavigator.com, but I imagine that they are there. Kofi, if you're still there, I'm on the American account right now, so if you're in Europe or on the Asian account, I'll have to switch to that and accept your friend request on those. How did he get my other character? Oh, because this guy is just gonna constantly steal all of my cards, isn't he?
Your nightmare begins.
A Netflix-like subscription service for indie games has been announced called Jump. Now, Jump is a pretty bad name by itself. I don't know what that phrase, how they get these new phrases, but they seem to do it. And so now I've played 11 of the 20 things. Okay, you're on the European account. Well, do you want to play me right now? Let's see. We can switch. I'm making enough progress right now that it wouldn't be a terrible idea to try to get through some of the gold things. Also later, can I play around against you? Let's do this. Now my European account is still just right out of baby mode, in the sense that so I haven't even logged into this. Unless you let me win, I'm going to lose because I have nothing but the very basic things. Like, I need 10 wins to get this card, and let's see, we'll trade something here and see if we can get something better. No, so I need 3 wins with 1 more win with any class, deal 100 damage, and 7 wins here. I don't expect you to give me all of that. I'm not seeing a friend request on the European account, Kofi. Like, it's not showing up yet. Did you send it? It's the same Battle.net account for everybody. It's RYDO number 1423. Yeah, Kofi says I don't see why not. And I can't even do a Tavern Brawl until I'm level 20. Yeah, the European account, I just over E3 got these past the default setup so I could play with friends. There we go. But the European account, of course, can't ever be priority. I wish what they would do is, are you sending a friend request, or am I? I'll send a wild friend request, even though I don't think I even have any wild cards in this account. I'm just gonna stick with the Shaman. See, I haven't even unlocked all the basic cards. These are level 3, level 1 decks. So mostly this is just playing for fun when in the European or Asian account, and to let people show off their deck. So let me know if there's something specific you want me to do to help you show off your cards, and then I would ask if you would be willing, see if you can let me win when you're done showing off, just because that will help me get. I don't even particularly want a ton of gold for these accounts, but I would like to buy the One Night in Karazhan expansion for 700 gold. That way those cards unlock. That's kind of it. Maybe at some point, if I get really deep into Hearthstone, I'll come back and try to have the European accounts have a ton of cards, but it would probably have to be after I have all the cards in the entire game on the Americas account. And frankly, I would just prefer that they would merge the accounts all together and make it a lot easier. Moving on with the news, though, Jump, the Netflix-like subscription for indie games, kind of makes sense, and it might work. I think part of the problem, though, and frankly, I have this personal bias, is I just don't want other services out there, even good old games that doesn't have any DRM, and I would in general like that idea. I just want everything in Steam. And I think one of the nicest things... hey, we got somebody else on the chat say, dude, what deck are you playing, lol? The video is slower than the game. Your video is slower than the game. Yeah, there's major delay that YouTube puts in the game in it. What? Dude, what are you even talking about right now? I'm talking about what's happened in the news for video games in the past thing. Kofi says a false wolf warlord. Right now, the Hearthstone deck tracker app over here is wrong. It's showing my deck that I was playing before, which is designed to play cards that are 8 or more for a daily quest, and it's a pretty bad deck for winning, but it's designed for that. That's what you're seeing there, right? Hearthstone deck tracker should have reset this, and it didn't because it's a little bit buggy.
Job's done.
As for the video game news, yeah, we're moving further ahead. Conan Exiles has updated a climbing mechanic in its early access development. Conan Exiles in particular looked feels like a odd actual early access game that was pushed ahead so it could be released, and now they're having to go back and say, wait a minute, we actually want to add mechanics. With this deck that is here, no, you don't win, Cabo. No. That's not the purpose of this deck. The purpose of the deck is to, as quickly as possible, get that specific daily quest of playing 8 plus cards, 8 mana cards, done quickly. But all of that is going to change in the next expansion. In the next expansion, because you can now get daily quests done with friends and just or a secondary account, which I can just play myself on the cell phone to do a lot of things, and because you can copy and paste decks out now, I can just copy out a good deck that's a high meta and has a good chance of succeeding and winning. I can copy one of those out, make a deck that just has a bunch of cards. Say I have a daily quest to play Warlock cards, I can just fill it with cheap Warlock cards, get that daily quest done, and then copy back in the ranked play decks. And so, starting with the next expansion, all my decks are going to be only focused on really getting up to rank something. Whether I can get up to rank 3 or 4 or 5, I don't know. So far, I've just been focusing on getting gold and getting the daily quest, and I have over 10,000 gold. Kofi says, Cabo, I have a plan. Yeah, well, I don't know what Kofi's plan is, whether he plans on winning or not. I shouldn't be winning as much as I am if he's not letting me win, because I don't even have all the basic cards. Moving back to news, Conan Exiles is an interesting one. Sadly, I think by the time they're done getting out of their early access, which technically, if they're adding mechanics and features, that I think means it's still in alpha by the true definition. Kofi, do you want me to win, or is it okay if I win and we just move on to we play a second game? Because I could do it right now. I'll wait till you respond, unless you've got, in case you want to show something off. I need a certain card to do that. Well, I'll stop here. I need to destroy, do 100 damage to the boss, so I'll keep you down at 1, but then I won't go any further. But it's difficult to talk to the chat and cover the news. I'm still trying to learn all of this. But oh, Kofi says I don't mind if you win. Alright, well then I'll take the victory and I'll challenge you again, and we'll play again. Because, like I said, level 3, just trying to get the basic cards done. Good game, says Kofi. Thank you. Good game to you too. My fear with Conan Exiles is it may very well have been a good game if they had just not done early access. If they had finished the game completely and then let people play it. But instead they went with this whole Ark Survival Evolved mentality, which was a terrible way for that game to get released too, or Rust, which is a terrible way to get that game out there too, because once you only get the initial impact of an announcement of a release of a game once, and the people that would have wanted to check out and play Conan Exiles have already done it. I don't see any streamers playing it anymore. I don't think anybody's going to come back to it as far as reviewers or streamers or people that would get the word out about your game for when it comes out for real. And so I think they just release poorly, and I honestly don't think any game should come out in early access. I think early access is just a dumb concept. There's a difference between a closed beta that's specifically designed to test or in some way ensure that your network servers are working and able to handle the load or something like that, and then just saying, well, this game is going to be unfinished, but we want to sell it to you anyways. It's like, no, you can't really do that. I don't go to the bakeries and buy flour and eggs and pay them money like I'm buying a cake. Like I don't go to a car manufacturing plant and buy just the engine and not the body and say, well, it's early access to a car. Nobody wants early access to anything. They're selling you an unfinished product, and that's simply not what I want in my life. In almost direct opposition to selling you an unfinished product, I keep saying project, I don't know why. Rock Band 4, a pretty old game, has released a 17-minute long DLC piece for the song Inagata Davida, which is an interesting word to write down. That's a 17-minute long song for a rather old game. I would not have expected that there would have been any release or any more DLC released for Rock Band 4 in the past 3 or 4 years, honestly. So that's a bit of a surprise. I suppose Rock Band is in a unique position where in any music game is like that, you could just constantly add music. Now, from the PC perspective though, I feel like there's probably a Rock Band ripoff available on PC that would just allow you to find your own MIDI files or music files and then have the elements added to that. And then you can dance around the legality of having to license the songs for your specific game, and then having games like Rock Band lose the license to those songs. I guess I don't know what to do here. I guess I'll save the coin. See, did I lose the chat? Nope. Just making sure it's still going. There's a game that came out with very little fanfare again called Black the Fall. It's out right now. It's kind of like Inside. It's a 2D dark in appearance puzzle platformer set in a communist dystopia, which one dystopia is probably as bad as the next dystopia. And it looked alright. Looked like something people should check out, but boy, did it not get any coverage. That is part of the problem. As somebody who could classify themselves as a secondary video game news reporter, somebody who doesn't have access to press releases, I don't get emails directly from video game companies telling me about games. I don't follow that many people that I would get these rare gems. I'm often only seeing a few games that don't get the big coverage. By the time I see it, everybody else has seen it because it was on like IGN or Giant Bomb or GameSpot or something. One of those big Western companies. I do watch Gametsu. That allows me to see a significant number of Japanese games, but then Kofi says next turn should be devastating.
Behold the might of Stormwind!
Let's see, Eco's done 10 damage to me, 12 damage. Let's see. Let's see what we can do to put an end to this.
Job's done.
Darn it. I was gonna try to do 5 to his face. End.
Get behind me.
Do you have any, Kofi, do you have any data quests I need to help you with? Or have you got them all done? Because I'm fine with this being a trade for trade situation, tit for tat. So while I have some daily quests to do, I'm also certainly more than willing to be helpful with what you need to do too.
Job's done.
I will need to, at the end of this game, I'm going to just do a wrap-up of the episodes because I stream live and then I release the video later, months later, and break them up into multiple episodes. So I'll just do a slight wrap-up and then the streaming will continue again. So don't leave, Kofi, or anybody else who's watching live, but I break them up to about 45 minutes. I've been going about an hour here. So this is the end of this episode. If you're live, stay tuned. Everybody else, as always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo. There, can't even pronounce my own name sometimes. And we are playing Kofi, a new guy that just friended me on the European account, and so we're trying to get the daily quest done for me. If Kofi needs any help, I'll help him with that too. Going through the news, and there's not really a lot of news left, but some. We are in black and white today to support net neutrality. Of course, if Kofi's playing on the European account, I assume he's in Europe, but he might be an American citizen in Europe, so he might have a representative or senator he can still call. There is some issues with net neutrality that are global too, though. It's not just the United States. There are things like well, the UK is trying to by default censor all of the internet from having pornography and other things that they don't want in there. Plenty of other countries are trying to censor things too. Germany specifically is heavy on the censorship on the internet. Kofi says, no, I'm English. You're English, so you're from the UK. Is that what you mean? I like to use the phrase "I'm United Statesian" because there really is no term. I don't want to say I'm an American because while that is true, I personally consider Americans everybody from a Canadian down to the tip of South America. So I want to be more specific. But yeah, we need net neutrality. Kofi says yes. I'm from the UK. Okay, that's what I figured. That's when they say they're English because they want to include, as I understand it, like the Scotland and the other parts of the United Kingdom, and the people that say they're British are actually from Britain, which is only a part of the UK. It's a complicated thing to figure out. At least for a United Statesian that's poorly educated on that public system. But yeah, there's a lot of weirdness too that's happening, where, from my perspective, and it feels like the European Union is specifically targeting companies like Google and other United States companies to try and improve the odds and balance things out in a way so that smaller companies have an unfair advantage. So the European Union Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and England are... Let's see. I've got something in front of my secondary TV that's blocking it. Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and England equals the UK. Yep. But then there's some more weirdness to it too, and I had to look this up, is because there's more than just the United Kingdom that have the Queen and the monarchy of UK as their monarchy, because like Australia, I still think it follows the Queen, and Canada I know still has the Queen as the Queen. So she's like the monarch of several different groups, because of their having so many colonies. I kind of wonder if it wouldn't have been a terrible idea if the UK had been able to maintain like all of its colonies and it was just this giant united kingdom, and we might be closer to having a one world government, which might work, might not, who knows. You can't know until you try, I suppose. Let's see.
What you want?
There was an anime called Code Geass or Code Gas that was in a different reality where at least in the English translation that was released in the United States, all of the world was, or most of the world, I don't think China was, but the rest of the world was under a Britannia empire. Moving back to video game news, though, Valve apparently has an entirely new recommendation system in the works. Not a bad idea. There are definitely some issues of Valve's current recommendation system, in the fact that it really desperately needs a switch that says, I don't have a VR machine, don't show me VR games unless I can play them without a VR machine. I don't care if I buy a game that's designed for VR but still playable without VR, but I don't want to see a game that says you have to have a $600 VR headset. None of the games are that good or that interesting that are gonna sell me on it. And then specifically, Valve has never really been able to wrap its head around visual novels. They were very surprised they sold it all. They just didn't realize that there was kind of this huge desire in the Asian countries for visual novels. But as a streamer particularly, I'm not going to ever play a visual novel that doesn't have voice acting for all the dialogue. It's just way too much reading, and it's not going to be a fun experience for me to have to play a 10 to 20 hour game where I'm going to have to read all of the dialogue myself. So I would very much love a show me visual novels. I'm fine with that, but only show me visual novels that have English voice acting. And there certainly is no way to search that way as far as I know. Or try to figure out what is this Kofi said? It says Low Gang or Jake Pauler. I don't know either one of those names. What is this a question, or are these names of cards? I don't think those are names of cards. Are those? Are you asking me a question? I think you are. Who are those people? Kofi, I need more detail than that. More context, please. They sound like maybe they're British politicians or something, or UK politicians. The other thing that Valve could certainly work on the recommendation system is none of their games have a consistent age rating on there. So if I'm specifically looking for games for that are rated E for everyone or PEGI 13 or anything like that, most games don't have that. A lot of games that get on Steam lie about their ratings when they haven't been certified by the ESRB or the PEGI rating system wherever their game is released. So there's like no way to search what's appropriate for a specific age. There's no way to make sure the game has full voice acting when it says it has English voice acting. I've seen plenty of visual novels that say they have English voice acting, and I'm pretty sure if I bought them and played them, it would just have a few lines of dialogue, but the vast majority of it Okay, Kofi's gotten back. He says, they're famous YouTubers which are brothers. They're American vloggers. I'll have to look them up because I've never heard of them or seen them. So I would have to get back to you on that one if there's a specific one that plays. Logan Paul and Jake Paul. I figured that part out. Yeah. Like I would literally be picking one out of a thing. I think I'd pick Logan because I like Wolverine. That sounds like a better name. Just off of not knowing anything else. If I'm just gonna pick a name, Jake's not a bad name either. But I would take Logan. That's a silly decision to make, considering I have no idea who they are. I like the idea of people giving me more people to look at on YouTube, though, because I know everybody's in their own little bubble, and a lot of times those bubbles are overlapped, particularly for the biggest people. Like, almost everybody knows PewDiePie, so if I reference PewDiePie, people know who I'm talking about. But if I reference somebody like Direwolf20, who's a Minecraft player, maybe not that many people know him. Or if I reference Mumbo Jumbo, who's another Minecraft player, I watch a lot of Minecraft Let's Players, nobody knows him. On the other hand, if I say Captain Sparkles, then most people do know him because he's a big YouTube player. But I do want to expand and have more subscriptions. A lot of the things I watch on YouTube too aren't even video game related too, so a lot is video game related and a lot isn't. Let's see. Can't attack in the turn. But yeah, moving back to news, I keep getting off task, but I'm scatterbrained as I'm following the chat. Valve has a new system they're working on. That new system may never come into implementation, though, because remember this is Valve, and Valve still hasn't given us a number 3 game for anything. No Half-Life 3, no Portal 3, no Team Fortress 3. They seem to be afraid of the number 3. Kofi says, same as me then, as far as picking Logan. Now, if Logan and Jake Paul are just vloggers and they're just vlogging about their life, I probably won't pay too much attention to them, or watch them for that long, because that's not something that probably will grab my interest. Particularly a bunch of YouTubers vlogging about their life, because it's kind of all the same. It's like, I know what the YouTube life is because I'm doing it. It's a lot of recording if you're doing your job right. It's a lot of editing. It's a lot of trying to create content. It's a lot of work for very little pay and less pay these days. So a lot of the YouTubers are whining and complaining about there just being less and less ad revenue, which I think is a fair enough argument to make. I looked at my statistics, and I don't look at them very much, and I have in the past 7 days gone from, I was averaging about 60 cents every 7 days to 30 cents, but I don't look at it that much because I'm such a small YouTuber. I know I'm not making any money, and I don't need to know exactly how much I'm not making. Let's see. Kofi, are you done? It's okay if you are. I'll just switch back to the other account and get those daily quests done. Probably should do that anyways. Maybe it was just taking him a while to choose. I'd much rather play with fans than just play with random people. But if people want to see me play ranked, I'll play ranked. If people want me to do an arena run, I'll do an arena run. I actually want to try this new Hearth Arena app that I just installed, so I'm kind of itching to do an arena run. Can we create a channel so I can talk to you? I don't even think you can do that. Oh, yeah, I guess you can in the battle.net. No, because then you'll stop typing in the comments, and every time you're commenting, you're helping me, my channel. That's just not something I'm equipped or ready to do, and frankly, people don't know how helpful it really is to type in the chat. I know there's a delay, but if you talk to me, I would have to get all the audio set, and all of these comments would be nothing. And every single comment you're doing right now is telling the YouTube recommendation algorithm, this chat is smoking, there are people here, they are interacting, and I should recommend this video to more people. I probably will look at this stream, statistics of the stream, and see that there's 3 to 4 times as many people have looked at this stream because of what every comment you're doing right now. And that just wouldn't be the case if people chatted, if people just talked to me. I was going to mention Dragon Quest XI, but I've already mentioned that in the previous recording, so skip that. Switch is getting its first video app in Japan. Unfortunately, it's a service called Nico Nico, which is, from every comment I saw, a bad, low-quality video service that seems to be mostly focused around I saw some dog videos and I saw some anime clips, so I'm not even sure what it is. It's not a YouTube. Kofi says a second person is here. Well, get them to either plug in a second keyboard or have a second account, or chat on the like if they have a cell phone, they could friend me, or have a second YouTube account and chat. Like they can hop in chat as long as they've got some kind of secondary computer, or just have them type while you play. Part of the thing, I'm not saying Kofi would do this, but part of the problem too is if I go through the effort to set up audio, and it's the reason why there is no audio by default in Hearthstone, is I'm gonna get eventually some troll that's gonna just have a very annoying soundboard, or just scream in the microphone, or sound awful in some other way. They're just gonna come on and they'll be all nice and sweet in the chat.
I hope you like my invention.
Ready to ride.
Let's see. Oh, Kofi, do you mean the other chatter? I don't know them, but there's another viewer. Yeah. There was Kabo was chatting for a while there. He hasn't said anything for a little bit. But for every one person on the chat, there's potentially 4 or 5 people that aren't chatting, that are just watching too. That was a mistake.
Taste my steel.
Maybe not. Maybe that wasn't a mistake after all. So yeah, Switch is getting its first video app, and it's not an exciting one. I kind of had forgotten that the Switch doesn't have a Hulu and Netflix or anything like that. It does have some kind of browser,
I hope you like my
but
invention.
oh darn it, dropped my mouse. I don't have a desk in front of me, I just have a little mouse pad, and makes it possible to drop a mouse. I would have, if I bought a Switch on sale, say yesterday on Prime Day, I would have just unconsciously assumed that it could have streamed Netflix and things. If I buy any device that is a decent screen that connects to the internet, I kind of nowadays just assume that it's going to have that ability. And
Get behind me.
that's probably the wrong assumption to make, clearly. So I hope to see the Switch succeed. I would like to also see if people eventually hack the Switch so you could do some more things with it. Not just hack it so you can play stolen games, but like, can you hack it and put Linux on it? Can you turn this into a tablet that's worth having? I don't know if its hardware is really worth having specifically. The hardware might get cheaper if the Switch fails, which it's not gonna fail anytime soon, though. But maybe in a couple of years it would get sold for a lot cheaper, and then it might be a good deal to do some kind of modification to it. Speaking of modification, there is a unofficial Mega Man level editor out there called Mega Maker, so you could search that and probably find it and download it. I don't know if Kofi's saying good game again. I don't know if making a Mega Man game is particularly as exciting or interesting as Mario Maker is, because while I know Mega Man is platforming and you defeat different bosses and get different weapons, I don't think you have as much of a variety of enemies. Like, maybe if you put like all 10 of the enemies that have been in the first 10 Mega Man games and all the different types of platforms and all the different things, maybe you could get a nice combination of things. But when I think about Mario Maker and how there's so many different types of enemies, so many different platforms, so many different ways of transporting the character. Like in Mega Man, I don't know if there are pipes or doors or Yoshis or anything like that. So just not having that background of playing a Mega Man game, I don't know if Mega Maker is going to be quite as interesting. I'm surprised Mario Maker is as interesting as it is. It would be better if it was a cell phone game, honestly, because then more people could play it and you work with it. Mario Maker was really popular amongst video game critics, and it felt kind of like one of those games that the video game critics are obsessed with and nobody else is, and well, the video game critics were more obsessed with it than most people. Right now we're having that same issue with PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It seems to be way more popular with video game critics than just regular people, although it's still probably popular with regular people. There's this game called Redeemer that's a top-down brawler where you play a murderer turned monk. Look pretty bloody. It's coming out for PC on August 1st. A Gintama action game for the PlayStation 4 and Vita is coming out. Gintama is an anime. Here we've got a new guy. Ooh, two new guys. The second new guy is, let's see, can we ban them right now? Is a troll. Let's see, click. Report. Deck list is wrong, says the new guy, Tragic Masters. Well, right now my Hearthstone deck tracker is showing the wrong thing completely. You're right. I don't specifically have a good reason for that. It's just Hearthstone deck tracker messes up. There we go. Sultan Lori says, please no. You're already reported. You should think before you speak, particularly when the moderator can report you and potentially delete your channel and have it blocked forever. My only recommendation for people who say the wrong thing and get reported is be on your best behavior now, because it's only going to make it worse. By the way, I have permanent rules for the chat right here. Always right here, the rules, and those are my personal rules.
I wonder.
Yeah, Tragic Master says, no problem, man. Yeah, my Hearthstone deck tracker app is messed up. Maybe I can convince it to stop doing that. Maybe it's not in auto update mode. It seems like it likes to. Let's see, no deck mode. There we go. We can correct it that way. The reason why it's messed up is because I'm playing on the European account right now, and the European accounts aren't saved. So maybe in the next update I'll make sure that happens. Yeah, and so this doesn't happen in the future. Kill that guy. Gintama, I don't know if if it's gonna come out of Japan. I don't know that anime. I've seen it around, and I think it's probably pretty popular. It was announced in Shonen Jump.
Get behind me.
And then the final thing I've got on the news, and so I can just focus on playing the game now, is we had the BAFTA Awards come out and give the 2017 Young Game Designer Awards. BAFTA is the British Arts Festival and something else, I think. I'm probably making that out. Maybe Kofi knows what BAFTA stands for, since he's English. Well, isn't that what he said? He was English? Yeah, English. Yeah. And it's a nice thing to point out, I suppose, as the young designers winners. I looked at each of their games. There's a little bit of weirdness here. There's 4 winners, 2 of which gave game concepts, where they wrote down a concept but didn't actually make the game, and then 2 of which actually made a game, and none of the games are like something that would fly off the shelves or anything, but they are good efforts considering the ages of these people. Kofi says no, he doesn't know what BAFTA stands for either. Okay, fair enough. So for the category of game concept, 10-year-olds through 14-year-olds, we have Elsie Mae Williams won for a game concept called Torchlighter. And then for game concept 15-year-olds through 18-year-olds, Anna Carter won for a game called Guzzlesaurus Culinary Capers. And those are the 2 concepts. And then for the let's see, can I do this.
Stand ready.
Yes, I can. For the Game Making Award, 10-year-olds through 14-year-olds, you have Spruce Campbell, who made a game called Cyberpunk, spelled C-I-Y-B-E-R-P-N-K. And if you go to the BAFTA website, you can actually download and play the two games that were actually made. Kofi says, more ha ha ha. Yeah, he twisted it on me. I thought I was about to win. And he says, good game.
Are you my master?
And then for the Game Making Award, the 15-year-olds to 18-year-olds, it's kind of odd here. If you look at the age ranges, it's 10-year-olds to 14-year-olds, 4 years, and then 15 years to 18 years is 3 years. But not really. That's not really amazingly surprising either. That you might. I could see them easily giving awards for like a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old, and just break it up by 1 year so they could give out more awards. And I feel like all these awards are really just to encourage people to make video games, which is possibly a bad idea since working in the video game industry versus let's just do that. Versus programming in any other industry is not a great career path. You really have to love video games to suffer the long hours and the low pay and the lack of job stability in the video game industry. Alright, Kofi, I'm gonna refriend you, but if you're done, that's alright. I have more things I need to do on this account, but I need to prioritize the American account, so we could do like one more game if you want to, but after that I need to switch back because I'm running out of time here. So yeah, Emily Mitchell won Game Making Awards 15 through 18 for a game called Fractured Minds, which I didn't read the summary of that actually. I should have. It was kind of like I think a psychological walk around the place, like walking simulator style game, I think, but it looked good, and all their works and the ideas look good for their age. It's kind of amazing, and like I said, these kind of participation awards or awards for doing even what a small amount of successful design should be rewarded, because there's certainly plenty of people out there that think they could never make a video game and they can. The idea that you're going to Tragic Master is asking, may I have a game with you when you guys are done? Have you friended me, and what are you on, the American account or the European account? The answer is yes. North American account. Oh, okay, he's put his friend thing. Will, my friend, if you send me a friend request, that might be a little quicker, Tragic Master. It's Rydo, R-Y-D-O, number 1423. And after this game, I'll switch over to the American account, and I'll play you. And because you're on the American account, you can help me finish the daily quests over there, which are the priority daily quests, because that's that, and I can actually show off having a deck that's actually useful and playable versus the European and Asian accounts where I just have the basic cards.
What you want?
And with that, I am done with the news. I didn't think I was going to really even have space on my dry erase whiteboard that I used for the BAFTA Awards, but we certainly were short on news today. However, Kofi and the other viewers have made up for it in spades by chatting and talking, and that's certainly what I love in a live stream. Is I love when people are interacting, and that's the point of a live stream, really, is to have interactions and different things. One of the interactions I wanted to ask is if anybody out there has any experience with using a wireless Xbox 360 controller on a RetroPie build. That's a pretty complicated build, but it's a project I'm thinking about building one using a Raspberry Pi 3 machine to install RetroPie Linux on it. But I'm trying to decide whether it would be better to either have wired Xbox 360 controllers on it, or try to get the wireless to work, or use a third-party controller that might be better. Because RetroPie focuses on old games, abandonware games. There's Kofi is asking Tragic Master if he can add you. I would say personally, this is my opinion, I can't talk for Tragic Master, but I'd say personally, because you have to click yes or no on any friend request, I would just send out friend requests to everybody. Just if they say yes, good. If they say no, oh well. Of course, since you're on the European account and he's on the North American account, he would have to go through the incredibly long setup of the very beginning of playing Hearthstone. It takes about 3 days to go through that setup. You have to go through 5 tutorial games, and then you have to get everything, play several other things. It's a lot of work they put on you just to be able to play your friends who are on different accounts. And it's really ridiculous. Like, you would think you could just start with a basic set of cards, just a full collection of the basic cards, not even the classic cards, just the basic cards, and play your friends. And they just say, here, you can use this deck until you unlock more cards yourself, but they don't. Yeah, Tragic Master says, I only play North America, lol, but I do run 2 accounts on North America. Yeah, I have a secondary account too on my cell phone, because that was particularly the only way that you would ever get some of the daily quests done, is by playing yourself. And often I would run into people that would never log on, and so I couldn't get the watch and learn daily quests done, or I couldn't get the challenge a friend daily quest on. That twice I have done challenge a friend with somebody, and it says when you have that daily quest, it says both players will get 80 gold if you play him. Twice people have said no, they've just rejected the friend request, and I'm like, what are you doing? You just turned down a free 80 gold. You didn't even have to win. And I've learned recently that you get experience and several other things. Even now when you play with people
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
on friendly challenges. So if you're just trying to level up a character, trying to get to that level 60, doing the most amount of damage to your opponent's face gets you more experience. Getting the victory gets you more experience, and there was something else that you could do too. Oh yeah, you also get victories that count towards daily quest if you get your opponent down to level 10. Otherwise it will say you conceded too quickly if you concede. So if you're really trying to save time, you can play somebody, get them down to 10, or work with them to get them down to 10, and then you can concede. Let's see. Tragic Master says, I did it to see which way of spending your gold got you the most out of it. Then just kept doing the quests and eventually ended up with great legendaries on both, but completely different. Yeah. Sadly, I figured that's probably the way they've got it rigged. Is they've got it designed, and they've changed how you open card packs now, so that when you open a new expansion, starting with the next expansion, the first 10 packs guarantee you a legendary. And now you can't get duplicate legendaries or gold legendaries until you have a complete collection of legendaries, which kind of messes up people that wanted gold or might have gotten lucky and gotten gold legendaries before they got the regular ones, which I think that's happened to me once, where I've gotten a gold legendary and then converted it down to regular legendaries. I would say with 2 accounts that you're actually playing both, if you're doing it right, if you're playing the daily quests every 3 days, you're probably spending a lot of time playing Hearthstone. More time than I personally would want to spend playing Hearthstone. I've been run through the ringer in earlier versions of Hearthstone, and just now they're starting to get it to be a slightly more enjoyable, slightly more playable thing. Kofi says, good game. Thanks, Kofi. 1 more damage. 1 more damage. Now I just 1 run as my standard focus, and the other. This is the worst thing ever. 1 damage to an enemy. He's hero. I'm gonna hop into a quick game before I play Tragic Master, and then concede. See, I'm ranked. I'm gonna hop into a game, do 1 damage to the guy, then concede, and see if that works. Tragic Master was saying, yeah. The other one I have more fun with in craft wild decks. I imagine if you just spent the equivalent amount of time playing one and abandoned the other, or mostly abandoned the other, you would probably build up your main one more. But on my secondary account right now, I have 26 card packs just sitting there because I have no real desire at all to even open them. But then I'm thinking maybe I would just hand my secondary account over to somebody else too, like a family member. I've got some nieces and nephews that if they got into Hearthstone, say 5-10 years from now, if it's still around.
Job done. Well played. You win this one.
There we go. Let's see if that counts. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. It does. Wow. Well, I just made everybody's day there. I gave him a free victory and got my daily quest done for that. Let's quit out of the European account and over to the Americas account. Tragic Master, we'll see if you sent me a friend request. Otherwise, I'm going to have to type in your long
Here, have a seat.
name.
You must be ravenous.
There we go. Add. Alright, let's do this. Tragic Masters is like little nice accounts. Yep. Tragic Master number 1588. Did I spell everything right? And scroll back up here. Well, he sent me a friend request as I sent him a friend request, which means then we both confirm it automatically. Should I buy Mean Streets of Gadgetstan or Whispers of the Old Gods? Let's see, what are we able to buy right now in the shop? Journey to Unguru, Whispers of the Gun, Mean Streets of Gadgetstan. So here's the deal. You should buy if you're trying to get everything. Or Journey to Unguru. You're just making it difficult for me. Here. You should buy everything as it's disappearing, because you will never get a better offer, or more than unlikely are never going to get a better offer. My Hearthstone deck tracker just crashed. Buggy. You're never going to get a better offer than to buy it with gold, or if you're crazy, buy it with money. So here's what my plan is personally. I have 10,000 gold and all of the old expansions are coming back. All of these in the collection that are now wild sets. So I'm gonna buy 50 packs. One second. I'm gonna buy 50 packs of the new expansion, and then I'm going to go in increments of 10 and see if I can buy the old expansions. So Nexramus was a single player thing, so I'm going to get Goblins vs. Gnomes and Grand Tournament, and League of Explorers I think was a solo expansion too. So I'm going to go 10 packs of Goblins vs. Gnomes, 10 packs of Grand Tournament, then 10 packs of the Old Gods, and then 10 packs of Gadgetstan, and then 10 packs of Unguru. And if I have any gold left, I might get some more packs of the other things. But just in general, you should potentially, let's see, where's Hearthstone Deck Tracker? Coming up. Oh, nope, oh, that's not working. You should buy the oldest thing possible, and save your gold for the newest thing later. Of course, that is going to change.
Must be preserved.
There we go, Hearthstone Deck Trackers. That is going to change based on your own deck, though. I mean, if you have all of Journey to Unguru already, then I wouldn't buy more packs of that. I think particularly Journey to Unguru has those quest cards that are probably going to be playable more than people think, for longer than a lot of other expansions, whereas the the Whisper of the Old Gods is all about Cthulhu, and so if you want to play Cthulhu decks, you would probably focus that. Yeah, definitely. Definitely wait to the new expansion because they're upgrading some other things about the packs too. Let's see. I'm a little bit further behind. Tragic Master cast. He probably had XX Shaman cards. And then let's see. Tragic Master said later, I would wait till the next expansion. Lich King, yeah, definitely wait till the next expansion, whatever you buy, because it's gonna change how things work. Oh darn it! I should have played that. Oh well. Let's see. And then he says, I'm not playing aggro, so take it easy on me. I will minimize screen and not cheat honor system. I'm going in Goro. Ungoro is what I think he meant to say. Journey to Ungoro is probably a good one to focus on if you don't have a lot of other options. I should have played this last turn.
Well played. For the wild.
I got a meeting now. It says Kofi. Nesting? Question mark? Says Kofi. Let me look at the chat on my phone. I've got a meeting row. Nesting, says Kofi. I'm not sure exactly what Kofi is saying here.
The great outdoors.
Well, that didn't work.
For the wild.
Let's see, I have on the daily quests here, I have to play cards that are 5 or more, and that's why I'm playing this deck. And then I don't remember what the other daily quest is. Maybe it's get some victories, maybe it's do something else. Oh, Kofi says I have a nesting row. Let's see. Is that a card? Nesting row? I'll have to look that one up.
For the wild. Job's done.
Personally, on my collection, I have a. I'm starting to get all the cards I would want, except for the legendaries. It's the legendaries that are still really killing me, and a lot of the legendaries are just the classic legendaries.
None may challenge the living flame.
So again, it's worth pointing out this deck is not designed to win. It's not a deck that really would win unless the opponent is playing really poorly. It's designed to play cards that are 8 or more mana, because there's a daily quest for that, and it happens to also work pretty well for I'm gonna lose here. There's no way. There you go, you got Ragnaros the Flame Lord against Ragnaros the Flame Lord. Alright. 20 minutes, so I need to play 8 more minions that cost that much. Tragic Master said good game. I'll continue. If he wants to continue to play, that's fine. If he doesn't, that's fine. I try to leave all those decisions up to the people. Personally, I'm a YouTube streamer. I'm a YouTuber, but I stream Hearthstone. And so this is my job. I need to be here at least until I finish the daily quests, so I have as much gold so I can make the card pack openings. When the new expansion comes out, I will, well, slightly before when the new expansion comes out, once all the cards are visible in the app, I'll go through every card and look at them and start to get an idea of what cards the cards will be like and what cards I want to play. And then when the new expansion comes out, I'll do a card pack opening video and then 9 videos. Well, actually, I'll look at all the cards and break that up into 9 sections. I'll do all of that live. But whenever available to do. So I'll look at all of the Paladin cards. That'll be one video. Well, I'll separate it into videos, but it'll be one live stream too. And then when the cards are available for purchase, I'll do a 50 card pack opening video, and then I'll build decks based on the cards I got. And so that'll probably be well, one time I did it all in one day, and it was almost 24 hours of recording. And the next time I did it, I broke it into 2 days, and that worked a little bit better. And so so there will be a lot of extra videos that come out with the new expansion, and a lot of interest there. Those videos get hundreds and hundreds of views if I get them out quickly, whereas a average live stream of mine gets maybe 5 or 10 viewers, of 5 or 10 faithful viewers of my channel. I'm kind of surprised nobody's complained about the black and white thing, but I suppose because I put the text up here, people are getting it. A lot of things were gonna go dark or go black, and I didn't feel like that I could do that, because I'd still end up having to stream to do the daily quests, and so that would be very inconvenient for me, and I don't have the extra time to waste a day. I think what I want to do is Kofi has sent a friend request to Tragic Master. Of course, Tragic Master is playing right now, so he could quickly accept it if he wants to. I think what I want to do, even is I want to do an arena run. I'm really itching to try out this Hearth Arena app. I've never used it before. I just installed it. I just heard about it. So I think I'm gonna go early. Go ahead and do an extra arena run after I'm done playing Tragic Master. So if Tragic Master wants to keep playing, that's fine. If he's done, that's fine too. I do need to after this game. Break it up, and so people live stay tuned. But I'll do a wrap up so I can break these up into episodes later. So I'll do a little closing speech and an intro speech. But people live, just stay tuned. I don't know how to explain that better, frankly. Charge can't attack heroes. Tragic Master said, okay, I'll check after my Blizz app is set up to shut down once I start a game up. Do you need to do any of that, though? I mean, if you're in Hearthstone, shouldn't it just be right here? Is there a way to get rid of this button? I know on my setup I have it set as I'm busy, so if people try to type in the chat here, and if they like try to type here with me, it won't show up on the screen. That's again just because chat messages on YouTube help my YouTube videos. Chat messages in Blizzard just doesn't. And frankly, keeping everything in the YouTube chat works nicely. I've spent some extra work to put the chat on the screen so that people know what people are saying. Sometimes that bites me in the butt when somebody wants to say something controversial or offensive, but and then that permanently becomes part of the record of the video. But mostly people have been cool. These are weird because I need to play them at 5, but I probably wouldn't get them down to 5 anyways. And there's no real strategy on this deck, because if there was, I would probably play that druid quest that makes all of your cards cost 0 mana when you play 5 cards that cost 5 or more, and then that would make all of these really expensive things free. But that's not the point of this deck. If they're free, they won't finish the daily quest. See, I could look at my friends thing. I don't know what the maximum number of people you have can. There's some weirdness though. A lot of people haven't been online for more than a month, and I'm trying to get rid of people like that because frankly I don't need them on the friends list if they've just fallen out of love. I get it.
What to do?
Here we have a spammer saying, "Hey, hello, can you see video on my channel? Thank you for your time." Report. I don't know why people think that's gonna work. As in, I think a lot of people think that that's not spam, and it is. You're just promoting your channel on somebody else's channel.
I wait for no one.
And frankly, it's a stupid concept anyways. The last thing a YouTuber needs is another YouTuber subscribed or watching their videos, because anybody who actually is putting any effort into their YouTube channel knows it takes all your time. You're gonna work 8 to 12 hours a day making footage for your own YouTube channel if you're putting real effort to it and have any desire to succeed. And honestly, these days it's kind of almost impossible to succeed in YouTube for new YouTubers, because they've added new restrictions and made it even more difficult for new streamers. And so you don't need I've told people this before, you don't need YouTubers to subscribe to your channel. You need viewers, people who aren't making content, to subscribe to your channel. If I subscribe to somebody's channel, I more than likely will just get bored and unsubscribe. And there's an unsubscribe bug that YouTube swear doesn't exist, but everybody else can pretty much prove does exist, where if somebody unsubscribes for your channel, there's a good chance you'll lose more than one subscriber. I saw a video where a big YouTuber got a bunch of people to subscribe to a little channel, and then he got them to just click subscribe, unsubscribe, subscribe, unsubscribe, and it took his number of subscribers down from a decent amount to 0. It would have gone into the negative numbers if they could. Let's see. So yeah, yeah. I don't know why they spam that, but I get it all the time. A lot of the spam messages get put on my videos. They're the exact same messages. You get half spam people saying, I subscribe to you, please subscribe to my channel. No, it doesn't work that way. I don't need subscribers that are bots that aren't going to ever actually watch my videos. If I have about 150 subscribers now. I hope all 150 of them are real people that on occasion watch my videos. If 100 of them are just bots that never watch my videos, that doesn't really help anything. Like, sure, if I got 500 subscribers, I could get Super Chat on. But if I have 500 subscribers of bots, how many people are really going to pay any money on Super Chat to me? No, none. Like, let's do this. And this. And this.
For the wild.
So yeah, I don't want spammers, I don't want bots, I don't want them subscribed to me, I don't want them putting messages on my channels, I don't want them trying to post the links on comments, which always get flagged. There's this latest scam they do was like, I know this was marked as spam because it has a link in it, but please check out my video. It's the same exact word for word, spacing for spacing message from multiple channels. The other weird thing is I'll get channels that get messages from channels that say like your secret admirer, and it just says I love you, and I'm like, no you don't, you're a bot. It's like, I got rid of that because I'm done. Tragic Master, unless there's something you want to show off or you want me to do or help you with a daily quest or something, let's make this our last game so I can do the arena run. If you want me to stay, I'll stay, but I'll be back in 3 days with more daily quests, and we could play more then too. Let's see. 8 would be this. That would be the right one to do that.
For the wild. Job's done.
You are safe now.
See, this is a nice strategy. Ooh, this is a wonderful strategy. What a nice strategy. So now you've got, it's at 40 and they bring it back so she can be at 40 again. That is a well played.
Well played.
It's the festival of me. Minions, servants, soldiers of the cold dark, obey the call. Spectres.
I didn't realize that Ragnaros has special lines of dialogue. Man, he is.
Damned, stand ready.
He's weighing me down. Of course, there was only a brief moment there where it seemed like where I might succeed with this deck. This deck's terrible when you're trying to win. Of course, now you could kill this and then I could be Ragnaros. It could be Ragnaros versus Ragnaros. course, I don't have his card that sets the health to 40, so I'd still be at a huge disadvantage. Alright, so watch this. We do this. And then we do this. In the turn. So that's got me almost to 20. No, he's got me beat, I think. Let's see. Cthulhu.
My dream ends. Your nightmare begins.
And then
To my will!
this. And this. And that one. There we go. We almost have a full deck for both of us. See, if I could kill everybody on the field, these would be free. And see, if I kill this, though, he goes back to being Ragnaros with 8 health. So he's actually in a dangerous spot. Of course, if he had just attacked my face. See, 50-50 shot now that I would win. Nope. I forgot he still had that. See, now these are free. If only I could play them in this turn.
Is someone injured?
He has 6 cards remaining where I have, it's hard to see. How many cards remaining? Hearthstone deck trackers in the way. Can't tell. Let's see. This. End the turn. I think I've probably gotten the daily quest done. I don't remember what the other daily quest was.
By the power of Ragnaros!
He's kind of late to the game with Ragnaros. I have 2 of these and I've never gotten this to work. I've never been able to have 2 of these on the field at the same time. Let's see.
Is there trouble?
I burn all of my cards!
So, if Tragic Master would be so kind, I'd like to play this and this and see what happens. We'll see if he lets me. And then the problem now is I could do this and kill his cards, but
I have no time for
he
games.
still may win. Oh, I'm gonna die at this rate.
Job's done.
This card's worthless. This card would be worthless. These 2 sort of useful. This one. If I was a smarter player, I might be able to play this and turn things around and win, but I don't think so.
Minions, servants, soldiers of the cold dark, obey the call of Kel'Thuzad.
Alright, for the first time ever, I'm gonna get the Ancient One to work. So, we'll get rid of this guy, it won't matter. That was stupid because this guy's...
You are safe now.
The Ancient One 30-30. And see what... Oh, he'll just steal it. Thanks. Well played.
Well played. Well played.
I have no time for games.
I have 2 more health. So I've already lost. But what I could do is this. Well, I've already lost because I can't in the next couple turns. Let's see. Let's see. I want to see what all of these are.
A mistake. Well, festival of me.
So I managed to give him a Deathwing.
Servants, soldiers of the cold dark, obey the what is real of Kel'Thuzad.
Double Kel'Thuzad's. It's almost impossible to defeat that.
Obey the call of Kel'Thuzad.
Ah, so deal 3 damage to all minions and shuffle this into the opponent's deck.
Soldiers of the cold dark, obey the call.
I guess if we went back and forth,
Take heart. Your mother.
if we went back and forth though, we're never gonna win. I'd never win. No. It's a good game, man. Yeah, that was a really nice game. Like, a great way to show off things. Let's see, where am I with the daily quests? I need to win 5 games with the Paladin and Priest. So, when I get into the arena run, I'm going to play as the Paladin and see if I can go with a 5-game win in the arena in the next recording. If you're watching live, stay tuned. Everybody else, as always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another recording of Hearthstone. I'm gonna do an arena because I want to try out this new Hearth Arena thing, and I'm gonna play as Paladin and hopefully get 5 wins and get the Paladin and Priest victory done. Couple of messages from the chat. We were playing Tragic Mastery last time. My Fun Priest deck is getting an upgrade next expansion. All of my decks are getting an upgrade in the next expansion, and then Tragic Master's, let's see, AFK, SAC, be right back in 5 minutes, GL in Arena, good luck in Arena. And then Kofi says, hey, yep. Hey Kofi, he says, hey, that's what he says. Alright, but we're here for an arena run with the Paladin,
I will serve.
with the Hearth Arena, app. And let's see, we have this new thing. Let's go purely for the tier list. So there's a game here. There's a deck called Bright Eyed Scout. Well, that has better score. So normally I just have to look at these cards and pick, and I'd say, which of these do I think I should play? And frankly, I probably would pick this one too. And I want to do a comparison here. Now it's telling me to taunt, discover a taunt. I personally would have taken this. And see, that kind of goes to show me. So they have some little cartoony characters from the game. Stonehill Defender, they're saying. I would have taken this personally. But you can see they're giving it a score of 38, and this is that score system that I really didn't know, so we'll take that. And see, I'm just going to follow this and just admit I'm an idiot at Hearthstone, because I really am bad at the game. Apparently this Murloc is a 5, so I guess on Arena specifically, yeah, Murloc would be bad. So the tier scores gives this a 51, where this is a 10 and this is a 5. Or is the best one always in the middle? Do you literally just have to choose the one in the middle? No. Great, let's go purely by the tier list. I assume at some point it's going to stop saying going by the purely by the tier list and start suggesting cards based on what we have. But I'm just going to follow what it says. And here's a gold version of a card, which I don't like. I don't like mixing gold and version. Alright. So now it's starting to suggest things differently. Equality could fit in our attrition deck and has the most value. So we're going to take equality. Apparently we're making an attrition just. Hired gun has the most value and we could use a 3-drop. Rockpo Hunter has the most value and we really need a 2-drop. Interesting. So just let the computers tell you how to play, and this is how I think this is how Kriperian does it. Bloodsail Raider has the most value and we need a 2-drop. So if it's good enough for him, it's good for him. That's what I'm talking about. Although it's kind of early to draft to pick Vine Cleaver, I still suggest you pick Vine Cleaver as it has the most value out of these options. Interesting. Choice of a weapon in an arena run. Murloc Tidehunter has the most value and we could use a 2-drop. Alright. Great. Argent Protector has the most value and we could use it in the early drop. See, and I might have considered the Tar Creeper. Heck, I might have even considered this. Yeah, I feel like this is going to really help. This is going to be really a sad disappointment if I get 3 losses in a row still. Normally I'd pick Blessing of Wisdom. However, we need a 3-drop. We could use a card that accelerates whenever minions die. I suggest you pick the Flesh-Eating Ghoul in this situation. Interesting. So is this made up stuff, or is there some real logic to this? It seems like there might be some real logic to this. Of course, this is at this point getting a lot of help to the point of just being called cheating. This time it is saying get Blessing of Wisdom. Like, this is a advantage, but is it an unfair advantage, or should Hearthstone just have this by default in there? That's what I'm talking about. Blessing of Kings synergizes well with our deck and has most value. Alright, I would have taken Blessing of Kings. That's a hard one. Let's go purely by the tier list. Lost Jungle. Although Repentance does not really have any synergy with our deck, I still suggest you pick it as it has the most value out of these options. Since we're not really murlocking it too much, yeah, I couldn't see playing this. I don't fully understand why this deck is so... this card is so lower than this, but I kinda get it. So I'll take it. So honestly, that feels like of the 17 cards we've drawn, that was the only really bad one. Too bad we have to choose between these cards. Alder Peacekeeper has the most value and we need a 3-drop. But all of these are really good cards. Look at that. 112 is what it's getting right now, but its tier score is only 104, so it's running some kind of calculation based on our cards too. You do have to make an account. It's a free account with this Hearth Arena website, and then it installs this Wolf RAM or Wolf something app on top of it that kind of sucks, but so far it seems like having Hearth Arena is really worth it. Normally I would pick Bidefin Tide Runner, and although Bidefin Tide Runner has lower negative synergies in his deck, in this situation I would suggest Aberrant Berserker because you seriously need a 4-drop. Like it seems to be looking at this, but normally it would say get this. Okay, we're just following the instructions this time. Maybe I'll make some different decisions later on, but I really want to see what this is going to do. If this goes to a 5-win, I would be amazed. If this goes to a 12-win, I might need to just put up my hat and say, that's it, I've won, I've perfected Hearthstone, I'm never playing again. Too bad we have to choose between these cards. Spiker Ridge Steed synergizes well with our deck and has the most value. It has 108, but it's given 120 right now. I'm kind of surprised that these cards are so close together and then this card is so far off. We have 10 more cards. Great. Normally I'd pick Vine Cleaver, and although Grimstone Protector does not really have any synergy with this deck, in this situation I would suggest you pick Grimstone Protector because you already have a Vine Cleaver in your deck. So this has a tier score of 100, but this has a tier score of 101. But because of the fact that I already have one, it's given a score of 53. Well, this is given a score of 85. I kind of wish I had a better explanation on this. Ravasaur's Runt has the most value here, and we need a 2-drop. Let's see. And now it's thinking. Dark Iron Dwarf has the most value here, and we really need a 4-drop. They're really not happy about the 4 being this low, I guess. Hydrologist has the most value, and we seriously need an early drop. Okay. Although we already have a Ravasaurus Runt in our deck, I would suggest you pick another one as it has the most value out of these options. 56 versus 23 versus 44. Normally I would be between the Squirming Tentacle and the Ignorous Elemental. However, in this situation I'd suggest you pick Raid Leader as it has the some synergy with our deck. Squirming Tentacle has bad synergy with our deck, and we really don't want too many taunts. So interesting. This is a 46. This is a 53, 53, and this is a 53. But they're telling me take the raid leader, which very possibly I wouldn't have taken that raid leader. All right, is this new dog? Although Pompous Thespian has bad synergy with our deck, it still has the most value out of these options. On top of that, we really need an early drop, so let's go Pompous Thespian. 3 more cards. Blowgill Sniper could compensate for a lack of 4 drops, and we seriously need a ping. I suggest you pick Blowgill Sniper in this situation. They're really focused on 4 drops. I guess that's probably a good move. Now I'm noticing that if you scroll down on this, although True Silver Champion has very bad synergy with our deck, and it still has the most value out of these options. On top of that, we seriously need a card to play on turn 4. Let's go with True Silver Champion. So 109 on the tier score versus 56 and 23. I could have easily picked one of these other ones, just because I'm biased against weapons, I guess. Last pick. Divine Favor is insane, has insane synergy with our deck and has the most value. Okay. Here we go. And the Hearthstone deck tracker is off the screen because we have so many different cards. How does one fix that? I think I need to probably adjust the resolution on it. Let's see if we can do that. Hearthstone deck tracker over here. Options. Windows. Player. Scaling 100%. Let's go down to 75%. How about that? 75 back and see if that works. Let's play and see if it redraws it. Kofi says I'm back. Which is funny because it was Tragic Master that said he was going to be gone for 5 minutes. There we go. I'm sure you can't read any of that. And the Hearthstone deck tracker app is messed up and it's drawn it over itself. Well, Hearth Arena now has helped me. There's nothing in Hearth Arena that does anything for actually playing the game. So I've been handed theoretically the best arena deck I could possibly have been played, and now I've got to figure out how to play and actually win. And frankly, I didn't fully pay attention, so I'll have to be aware of that. Like, now I have to decide, do I want what kind of cards when I discover, and what kind of cards when I
Mind if I roll need?
So maybe I can get it to 80%. This is but I probably just leave it at 100% in future things. If you control at least 2 other minions, adapt. Let's see.
Let me
What
think.
can we do? We'll do this, and this, and this, and then the turn.
Out of my jungle!
So I can play this next turn. And see, they were saying this was really high synergy, and I could see why. Let's do this. This. We'll take a Divine Shield. And that. And then the turn. And see, next turn will be, I'll have 5. But I think I would want to play Raid Leader. Get the attack up now. Maybe play this next turn though. If I could play this and this. And then save the Raid Leader. Summon 2 1/1 hand recruits. This.
Out of my jungle.
And we'll take a 4 because they were saying we needed a 4.
Reporting for duty.
Take that in the turn. Tragic Master has begun spectating. I suppose you could do that, yeah. If you don't want to watch the Hearthstone deck tracker or the app or the chat. Tragic Master has started a new arena run. How did he spectate and start an arena run? I think the Blizzard app is... the Hearthstone app is messed up.
Talk about a nice suit.
Alright. So I play this here and this here.
Reporting for duty. The battle! The battle!
Next turn, this and this, I think. And we refill our hand. And I think that would give me a nice refill and open up all the opportunities. So far, I'm happy with the Hearth Arena play. Seems like they knew what they were doing to give me the better cards. It's a shame I won't be able to use some kind of app like Hearth Arena with the new expansion to figure things out like that. I suppose maybe I could find the website that has the tier list of the new cards. Whenever your hero attacks, restore 2 health to him. Let's see, I was gonna do this and that.
You win this one.
Wow. That one card caused him to concede. Good game, says Tragic Master. And I need 4 more for the daily quest, so we're going for it. As far as I recall, I have never done an arena up to this point that... let's see if I can fix the Hearthstone deck tracker while I'm here. Let's see. Hearthstone deck tracker, no deck mode.
Uther versus Jaina.
And then
You asked for it.
I will fight with honor.
there we go. Nope, it messed it up again. Sorry. Maybe I can exit out and come back into it. But yeah, what I was saying before was I don't think I've ever gotten more than 3 victories in an arena run, and you need somewhere I think between 5 and 7 to get your money back, basically, and have some profit there. But if Hearth Arena starts to always or almost always give me my money back for the entry fee, and I get a card pack or something else, or just a little bit of dust, I'm gonna start to play Arena a lot more heavily. Let's see. Do I need a redemption or a noble sacrifice? I guess noble sacrifice is probably better. And I think there's something to having good cards and playing well that other players can see that maybe I don't see. Let's see. When a minion dies, gain +1 attack. Alright.
To battle!
Next turn I may just do this and this and this. Or I could do this, but I don't need to right now. Whenever a minion dies, gain an attack. I'll take that. Sacrifice a little bit of health there.
You on the list?
This.
For
attack.
justice.
And see, this might be a quick victory again. I'm probably very underselling how happy I am right now. Just the possibility of 2 victories in a row is very exciting. Taunt or poisonous? Let's go with taunt. That wasn't too bad. And let's go ahead and kill this guy. And attack. Just look at the control I've been able to do in these 2 games. I'm keeping his field empty. I'm filling my field totally.
For justice. Reporting for duty. Job's done.
Like 2 to 24, 3 to 0, 3 on the field to 0, a weapon in hand. Like, unless he's got something like Reno Jackson or something that's gonna refill his health, he's lost.
Side effects? No.
So maybe I'm good at playing Hearthstone. Cheering for you, man. Good game, 2 in a row. Yeah, we may go to a. It would be too much to ask for a 12-0 win, but if I even get 4 or 5 in a row, that would be amazing. Of course, this really goes to point out why I was failing to win at arena runs before. Probably because everybody was using this Hearth Arena app and getting the best cards and figuring out the best cards. Like, maybe I am a decent Hearthstone player, but I'm just bad at actually building decks. That certainly seems like that might be an issue with me. Yeah, that was Tragic Master that said cheering for you. 2 in a row. And yeah, this has been a really good stream. I've had some ones that end up on Sundays, and anytime I end up on Sunday, nobody's watching. and those are always disappointments lately. But there's been tons of comments, a lot of playing with friends, a lot of, and we're capping it off now with a potentially the best arena run so far I've ever done. And it's not just that this is a great arena run, it's that with the assistance of Hearth Arena, there's a good chance that my future arena runs are going to be good too.
Talk about a nice
battle! The battle!
The only real problem now, though, I will say, I'm kind of a negative person. I can always find a dark side to anything. The problem now is I've been streaming for about 3 hours, and this may go on for a long time, and because of that, my stomach might start growling here in a second. However, I haven't a drink here, so I'll
cleanse the sun well.
meal replacement drink thing. I'll drink that. I don't know if I really replace a meal when I drink them, but I try.
An autograph? I suppose.
It's a lot easier to stay in the seat recording when you're winning than it is to do it when you're just kind of muddling through a game. I've played several games. Most of the games on my channel are pre-recorded things, and like Broken Sword 5 is a great example of one that was just really difficult to get into experience. Well, if I don't kill this guy, it's not going to happen anyway, so I'll just do that. I hope that was the right move. But yeah, Broken Sword 5, it felt like I had spent 30 hours on that game and I barely spent 12. Just because of the way it was designed. It was amazingly designed poorly to make the game feel long and slow. I just finished playing Life is Strange, and that's another game that felt really slow because it had this time rewind mechanism, so you could rewind and go through the same conversation over and over again. Let's see.
Job's done.
Kind of running out of things to talk about here. How many different ways can I say I'm happy? What's happening? Alright.
For justice.
So as I go up ranked, I think I play against other people that are up in rank. So the challenge is going to increase, I imagine. I think that's how that works.
Side effects? No. Trust
Dance
me.
with me.
So we're starting to hit this point. Change an enemy attack to 1.
Follow the rule.
Let's see.
For justice.
This
Reporting for duty.
and
I'm already attacked.
we'll do this. Let's draw a card.
To battle. To battle. Job's done.
In the turn. Let's see. Tragic Masters asks, do you know much about the lore of the cards? Not really at all. I know they're all World of Warcraft characters, and I know some very, very basic understanding of that the expansions of the Hearthstone cards are telling stories of events that happened in World of Warcraft. Personally, I wouldn't mind if this was more of its own story and more of a style like Magic the Gathering's art style is, where it's more of a Tolkien-esque, mature fantasy thing. I also wouldn't mind if it was just a anime style too. The art style in particular is not a big deal to me, so I'm happy with that, and the lore of it is fine. The one thing I would want to see in expansions is if they went a little bit more crazy with it, like Yu-Gi-Oh does. Yu-Gi-Oh's cards are basically just nonsense made up to match whatever happened in the cartoon. Let's see what happens now.
To battle! To battle! To battle! Out of my jungle!
Let's see, what do I want?
I'm on fire! For justice!
What a play, what a play. That was amazing. Like, with that one equality card, I turned everything around. Of course, now, if he manages to somehow get rid of my 5 characters, which he does, then, let's see, this, eye for an eye.
What you looking at? Reporting for duty. Done.
So I'm gonna save eye for an eye here just until later, because I think if this guy attacked my face, I would suggest checking out 6 games. He gives an awesome overview of the battles, characters, and his high skull, especially the Lich King and the background to the Death Knights. Is his name 6 Gamers? Let me get a little bit closer. 6 Gamers. Yeah, I've got a couple of different suggestions for YouTube channels. I'm in no way affiliated, just his awesomest channel. Yeah, I only slightly suspected you might be affiliated with it. But frankly, if somebody is going to play me in Hearthstone and put all of these comments on my video and spend all of that energy just to give me a sales pitch at the end to go check out somebody else's YouTube channel, that's a admirable amount of effort that I would reward. So yeah, I'll check out 6 Gamers. I don't know if I'll have time or really the interest to watch all of his videos and catch up, but I probably should know a little bit more about the Lich King. It's almost like he knows I have Eye for an Eye, because that would have potentially won the game for me. Although this may win the game for me anyways if he can't kill him.
You need tickets.
Give a friendly Murloc +1/+1.
Reporting for duty.
3 in a row. Kofi says I have to leave. Bye. Bye, Kofi. Thanks for watching. 3 in a row. Lol, too funny. Says Tragic Master. Yeah. Yeah. If only all the spammers... Tragic Master says good game. Later, Kofi. He says too. Yeah, if only all the spammers became my friend, were best man at my wedding, and lent me $10,000 on an interest-free loan just to get me to watch their YouTube channel, then I would watch their YouTube channel. It's like instead of all the low-effort spam messages I get that are so obviously spam. But that's the kind of the thing, is a lot of spam, particularly when it's trying to trick people into downloading viruses and things, are written so dumbly that only people that would fall for the scam would click on the link, and that's only the people they want to deal with. They don't want people that are a little bit wary. They want the people that are completely oblivious to it.
No, trust me.
This is going to be ironic too, is my first good arena run is done in black and white. By the way, I see the screen in color. This is an effect that OBS Studio allows you to do, where you can put a color filter and then take the saturation of the color all the way down. See, after your opponent plays a minion, reduce it to 1. And then we'll just end the turn. I don't know if that was the right move. Probably not. That was probably a waste.
Reporting for duty.
Alright. Do I want to play a 3? No.
An autograph? I suppose.
Every time I win, though, there is that increase in difficulty. Let's see. This.
Reporting for duty.
Then this. We'll do the Divine Shield. Let's see. Tragic Master said that's why I spectated in game. Low color vision. Oh yeah, I guess that is one way you could see the colors. Tragic Master here is cheating. Cheating to see color. It is important once again to point out that the reason we're in black and white today is because today is the Internet Day of Action against, not against net neutrality, but for net neutrality. It is the FCC chairman, who was a former employee of Verizon and is still acting on their behalf, most definitely, who wants to get rid of net neutrality using a very dishonestly named bill called the Restoring of Internet Freedom Act, which does exactly the opposite of what it says, which is true for a lot of bills. So if you're in the United States, call your state representative, your congressman, anybody that will listen, and tell them that you will vote them out of office if you can, if they don't put the pressure on to maintain net neutrality. If you're outside of the United States, you'll have to do a little bit more work to find out how you can support net neutrality in your country. Mostly, I would say by telling your representatives that you won't stand for censorship or laws that
Back to your homes.
are going to create create fast lanes and paid tier. All my carts cost more right now, so I could do this for 6. I could do this.
Reporting for duty.
How you doing?
Let's see.
Behold,
Tragic Master says, I looked up Hearthstone on Facebook and found a Hearthstone group in my city. From there, I found a monthly fireside gathering that is held along with posting about Hearthstone tournaments in my area. Yeah, I've never gotten into any of that. Like, I see the appeal, certainly, but I play far too many other games to become solely focused on Hearthstone.
it's time for a lot of bloodshed.
So, yeah, I know you can do these fireside gatherings and such, but mostly I just try to spend
Absolute.
2 hours, maybe 3 hours playing Hearthstone every 3 days, and that's about it. And then I spend the rest of my time struggling to record other games. I have so many other games on my Steam account. Let's see, whenever you summon a 1 health creature, give it.
Kill them all!
See, I don't think I'm gonna win here. Kinda wish I had a silence card.
Reporting for duty.
Try this. Let's play this.
Job's done.
And then in the turn, I don't know if that was the right move. Maybe I should have waited. I should have waited 5 in this. Well, there goes my streak. But I'm still very happy. First loss at 3. We've got 2 more losses, so unless we've just hit a level, I'm still very happy with this. Even if Hearth Arena only makes it very, very likely that I get 3 victories, that is still something that I'd be happy with. Let's go ahead and see if we can exit out of Hearthstone.
I will fight with honor.
Oh, you know what this is? This is not Hearthstone Deck Tracker doing this, is this? Huh. I've got 2 different things competing here. Let's come over here. Let's see. Settings. Toggle deck list. I don't need you. I need Hearthstone Deck Tracker doing the deck list. Oh. Oh, see, I see what I was doing wrong. So I had 2 of them on top of each other, and that's why it was messing up. Alright. We'll play this in the turn. So then that makes me wonder if I can find Hearthstone Deck Tracker over here and change the player window back up to 100%. Let's see. See if that fixes.
What a nice suit.
It still squishes it, but maybe I will get it down to 75% if it's just the side scaling. Friendly minion, divine shield, change all health to 1.
Not on my watch.
Tragic Master says it's pretty cool that he could find oh wait, let's see. He said 2 things. We've been going 45 minutes now and we've only gotten 1 loss. This month the guy in charge of running the Fireside Gardens is not going to be there. He's going to Blizzard HQ for some secret stuff to do with the coming Fireside gatherings, which is pretty cool considering we are in Canada. Blizzard does have a nice element of how it treats its fans.
Let me think.
Like, it doesn't forget its fans too much, and that's why BlizzardCon can even bother to exist and succeed, is because of that. Now, that being said, they treat their fans nice, but then they also kind of rip off their fans sometimes with the expansions and the prices of cards. And I think they're trying to do better at that. Slowly they're getting better. But it's something to remember, certainly. Let's see. This and this and
this is my responsibility.
Attack. I wonder if in that loss there was something I did wrong, or did I just get outplayed? Like, was it something I did that was flawed, or did he just have better cards? Honestly, I kind of think he may have just had better cards.
I am not a morning person.
I could change everybody's health to 1. I could do this, this.
Reporting for duty. Kill them all!
Attack in the turn. So I'll do this now. I guess that's a decent thing to do. And do this. And this. I think personally I would like to, if the Fireside Gatherings were more like kind of a tournament style thing that you could do with just random people, because I personally they haven't sold me on doing it yet. I've never seen that pop-up that says this Fireside Gathering is for you. Let's do this.
For justice. Job done. Reporting for duty.
I know you get like a card back for doing a fireside gathering, but I don't know if you get anything else.
Brothers, heed my call.
I guess it's worth pointing out that as helpful as Hearth Arena is, the deck display is not as good as Hearthstone Deck Tracker. So I would say, why not both? Why not use them both if you can? Alright. Am I gonna lose? I think I might lose here.
X marks the spot. Look! Look!
Tragic Master says, Fireside Gathering I go to is a tournament format, basically a LAN party with a tournament sign-in rules.
For justice. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. To battle. Job's done. I must move quickly.
I need to probably restore my health. I probably should have played this last turn. But maybe he'll waste a bunch of cards. This guy's still frozen, so there's a chance. Alright. How about this? This, and then that.
X marks the spot.
I'm hoping this is right.
For justice. Reporting for duty. To battle. To battle.
He's got 1 health. I've got 12. He's got no weapon. This one's gonna be close. This one is gonna be close. We got it. Let's see. Another victory. Tragic says, I won prizes, nothing big, but still cool. Hearthstone, well, it looks like a Hearthstone card box with a Hearthstone symbol in it. Low, pretty much awesome for winning for a free play turner. Face equals lethal with the Stegosaur. I didn't get to that point, but I need only one more victory. Wait, at this rate, I think I might be doing an arena run every 3 days. If it's a consistent, you get your money back, you earn more gold than you put in it, and you get some dust and some cards. If it's consistent like that, then that's great. Look at the Hearthstone deck tracker. We're 4-1. We're at an 80% win ratio. Most of my decks that I build myself don't even make it to 50%. Let's get rid of all these. I don't think I need equality at the beginning. The only real issue here is now this may take another hour. Like, if I get a victory here and get to 5, and then I get 7 more victories, this could be another hour or 2 of gameplay. But I'm willing to go for it. Every victory is paying off and pretty well. it would... I don't know if this happens, but I think you have a chance to get a legendary in the arena. Which means maybe I could get all of the legendaries, the many legendaries I'm missing. Let's do this first.
Reporting for duty.
To my side.
Let's see. Now we do this.
On my watch.
Have Divine Shield.
To battle.
Attack. There we go. Now I can play both of these in the next turn.
What? They fell off the truck.
Nope, not quite. But I can do this. What do I want? Eye for an eye. A noble sacrifice. I'm gonna go for eye for an eye because I don't believe I need noble sacrifice in this deck. +1/+1 or 3 attack. I'm gonna go 3 attack, and then
To battle.
attack here, and then in the turn.
Job's done.
Tragic Master says, what does he say? He's oops, be right back phone, AFK sec. Good luck in the match. Okay, that's fine. I'll continue as is. You can always rewind these videos.
Dance with me.
We have a new character named Kevin, or is Kevin back, saying why is it in black and white? It's in black and white to support net neutrality action day. So go look up at all the information on who you need to contact to ensure that we maintain net neutrality. If you'll be so kind.
Let me think.
Let's see what I want to kill. Probably this. That's what it says right here. Net neutrality action day of.
To battle.
Which is today, by the way, is net neutrality action day. So if you don't want your internet to feel like you're watching a black and white TV in 2017, do everything you can to convince all your representatives to put the pressure on the FCC chairman to maintain net neutrality. Because he doesn't want to maintain net neutrality because he works for Verizon, or worked for Verizon, and seems to still be working for Verizon. Well, I think I may have hit a tier here.
Look! Look!
Job's done.
I don't think I'll ever play that card for that price.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets the scoop.
That's not where I wanted to use the eye for an eye. I didn't want to do just 2 damage. Well, I guess I have to play this.
Job's done.
This feels like one I might lose. That he's got board control, So he's either playing better than me or he just had better cards than me. I need one more victory and then I've got the daily quest done. I'm already very happy to have 4 victories. I think this is the highest I've ever done in an arena. And certainly a lot higher than my average because often I would get 1 victory or no victories in arena runs. The Hearth Arena app certainly helps you pick the right cards. You could not use the app and just go to a website and put in the cards, but it would take a lot more time, and that's what this is helping you do. This and that.
Reporting for duty.
Let's see, how can we do this so this is the right move?
For justice.
Let's do this. And then do this. And in the turn, I don't think I've done enough though. Let's see. What is this? Tragic Master. Obama sold the keys to the internet to the UN so they could change the rules without having to deal with the Constitution and not US based anymore. He did that last year as in the office of his way out. I'm not fully covered on that story. There is definitely some things I know that are accurate about that. However, it is still very much that ICANN, the company that is in charge of the internet, is in the United States and subject to the laws of the United States. And the big thing there is a significant portion of all the internet service providers and these places that have servers are based out of the United States and under U.S. laws. So I think what Obama did is he gave ICANN, I don't even know if it was Obama, if it was just ICANN themselves that did this. They gave more authority to the UN as far as who has a domain name. I don't, which is a slightly different topic. If we certainly could go into it, and I would just be talking from ignorance, frankly. But at the end of the day, we can make it short and easy for people because we know for a fact that the FCC is trying to implement rules to get rid of net neutrality in the United States. Regardless of whether we've given other rules and other authority to the UN or not, we still, at the very least, the FCC thinks it has the authority to kill net neutrality and is trying to do that now. If we need to make the argument that other things need to be changed, okay, true, that is certainly true, but right now we're focusing on one topic, one protest at a time, I would say. Don't confuse the politicians. They're not very smart. If you bring up subtlety and nuance to a politician, they won't get it, I would say. Kevin Wu asks, have you gotten 12 wins before? Nope. Nowhere close.
What to do?
And then Tragic Master said, probably because of what happened in Niger when they tried to censor the internet, people went nuts, revolted. Well, frankly, in the United States, I wish we would go nuts and revolt a lot more, but we simply aren't as well committed to things like that. So we're trying. I'm trying to help here and grow awareness and grow support so people go nuts and revolt, because certainly we need to go nuts and revolt. Our politicians are effectively legally bribed into following corporate interest, and the United States has always been an oligarchy, and it's only becoming worse and worse. Let's see. Do this. And we'll do this. And we don't need more. We don't need more power to the ISPs.
Job's done.
Sure, we can look on a global scale, and there's dozens and dozens of other issues in the world that need focus on too. But that kind of is an argument towards inaction and laziness. Today is the one day that the internet is asking people to focus politicians' attention on net neutrality. Tomorrow can be the day you call your politician for a different reason. And you probably should. Because there's a lot of things that need to be done. A lot of things that need to be considered. Now, I've had 2 losses here, which means if I lose here, I won't actually get the data quest done, which that would suck. So I'm hoping for one more victory at least. Taunt this and this. What does this do? Add a random mage spell to your hand. I guess I could have killed this guy and then drawn one more card. Oops. I don't know if I really need to do that though. Alright. This 2 Silverhand recruits. Seriously, am I gonna do that, or am I gonna do this? There's a lot of other countries though that have gone into censorship and stuff. So I mean, if we're gonna name and shame everybody that's done censorship lately, it's gonna be a long list.
Reporting for duty.
You pay.
Plenty of other countries were always censoring and people didn't go nuts. A lot of countries, they were censoring the internet and people were for it. So, even though it's not in their best, I always think censorship should be at the bare minimal or non-existent to not. At a certain point, very few people are going to make the argument that illegal material like child pornography shouldn't be censored. But let's see. But mostly anything else, I think, should just be out there in the public view so that people can shout it down if it's a dumb idea or agree with it if they think it's a good idea. Let's see, Kevin Wu, can I friend you? Or you friend me? Yes, you can friend me. That's more helpful than typing in the thing. It's Rydo, RYDO, number 1423. Change all minions to 1. Well.
To battle!
Let's kill that first. And then do this.
Reporting for duty.
And then do this. And then do this.
Reporting for duty. Done.
And Mahmoud Atta is on. Hey Mahmoud, I haven't seen you in a while. We're doing an arena run at the end of this stream. It's been going a little longer than I thought it would because I'm actually succeeding. We're using this new app called Hearth Arena that's here that told me what cards to pick, and that's actually working. This.
Reporting for duty.
I've gotten several new friends today, which is great. Like I don't know what the limit of friends is on Battle.net. Let's see, but I'd love to hit the limit. Mahmoud just finished his exams. Oh well, that. Congratulations on being a good student and actually focusing on your exams instead of watching streamers. How? It's July 12th. Let's see. Yes, and in Central Time today is Wednesday, July 12th. Kevin Wood. Maybe you're in a different area that it hasn't turned over the clock yet. But right now in U.S. Central Time it's 6:16 p.m. July 12th. Maybe it's already passed for you. But the Internet Day of Action is for the United States, and right now it's July 12th in the United States, all over the United States. Or maybe Kevin Wu was asking Mahmoud why. Maybe he wasn't asking about the Internet Day of Action. Maybe he was asking how Mahmoud just finished his exams. Well, I can put some hint into that. Mahmoud is studying to be a doctor in Russia. So I imagine his time frame and scale for when he has exams might be a little bit different. Let's see.
For justice.
Well, whereabouts in the States? I don't give out more details than that. I'm in the Central Time Zone, obviously, of the United States, but I don't want to dox myself. I don't want people to give out information about themselves. I don't want to give out information about myself. Just to try to maintain privacy as much as possible and as long as possible until the cat can't be kept in the bag anymore. Kevin Wu said, "Oh, cool! I didn't know."
Reporting for duty.
Whenever it attacks, draw a card. I'm about to lose.
Job's done.
Well, I think I've lost here, sadly. Tragic Master says, no problem, man. Yeah, people are naturally interested, and I get asked a lot. I just don't want to let too much information out. I don't want people people to find that stuff out and then try to mess with me, or dox me, or swat me, which, if you don't know what swatting is, that's the biggest fear. Alright, we got 4 wins, which is pretty good. And Hearthstone Deck Tracker wants to know what my rewards are, so I'll have to go into that in a second. We get a card pack, which is worth 100 gold. We get a card, which is probably worth a decent amount of dust. Dang, good game, man. Good run. And then we got 55 gold. So, ignoring how much this card is worth in dust, we'll find that out in a second. You have 100 gold here and 55 gold here. You didn't get actually 150 gold back, which is ideally what I would like to always happen, because then I would just start another arena run right now. Let's see. 55 gold, and then DARK. Nope. RK space AR Koa. There we go. Done. And that. Close that. Come on. Come on, Hearthstone Deck Tracker. What are you doing now? My entire screen's gone black. What are you doing, Hearthstone Deck Tracker? Ah, the thing crashed. Man, that thing is crashy. There we go. Back to Hearthstone. Let's open that card pack. Let's see. It says 40 free dust and 5 gold profit. Mahmood says legendary, smiley face. Kevin Wu said I didn't know about Mahmood training to be a doctor. You have a legendary in this pack. I do? Are we sure about that? It would be gold if it was legendary. It would be nice to hope. But nope. No legendary, sadly. Disenchanted. No. And it wasn't 80 dust either, so it was a common card that we had, so it was 25 dust that we got. We can find it here. It was called a Dark A something. This one. And so I have 1 extra of this, and it's only worth 5 dust. Not as much as I'd like. And then for the deck itself, I get 40 dust. Mahmoud said sorry. Well, legendaries are rare to get. I certainly know that. It's like I'm gonna have to move this thing out of the way a little bit more this direction. Back. Alright, now I just need a... Here's this guy, Tactic Torn. Let's do 1 victory with Paladin or Priest on with him. So just 1 game Tactic Torn if you want to play me. And then that's going to be the end of this stream. A great arena run. I don't know where I'm going to do the arena runs. If Tactic Torn doesn't accept the challenge, then I'll just play. So I need a Paladin or Priest, and that tells me I I will take my Murloc deck and, or I could do Silverhand Shield. Let's try that one. Yep. I wish I had a legendary in every pack. Certainly that would be nice. I'd like to get legendaries and just a full collection of everything. I feel like for the 2 or 3 years I've been playing this game, it's it wouldn't be a unfair desire to have all of those. I'm gonna hold on to that card too, to have everything. Considering so many single player games, you put 60 hours into them, you can get all the collectibles and have everything.
Happy Midsummer Fire Festival.
Of course, they call it the Midsummer Fire Festival because they want to be global instead of just 4th of July, which only means something in the United States. Wow, that was a nice start to have 2 of those. He's deciding here. Alright.
Reporting for duty.
My Hearthstone deck tracker's broken again. Let's see, Hearthstone deck tracker crashed. That needs an update. It needs an update. There we go. Two Divine Shield Charge. Here we go.
Don't worry, Lux. The cavalry's here.
That minion already
The
attacked.
battle.
He's playing a Murloc deck. I should have played a Murloc deck. If he was gonna do that, we could have gone Murloc versus Murloc. And then the winner would have just been basically a coin flip.
Don't worry, Lux. The cavalry's here.
The light protects me.
Well played.
Summon 5 Silverhand
Reporting
recruits.
for duty.
That was a
I
mistake.
fight.
Yep, that was a mistake then. Let's see.
Back to your
This.
homes.
This.
Reporting
This.
for duty. Job done. Reporting for duty.
Adapt your Murlocs.
Well played.
Wow, that is a nice, well played. Well, that was a quick one. If you want to go for another game, I'm cool with that. Also, I was trying to beat you to get the daily quest done. Kevin Wu says, good game. Subbed and likes, says Kevin Wu. Thank you. I love subs and likes. Those are the main things that help my channel. Comments are the secondary things, but getting more people to sub and like is very helpful. We'll see if he's stuck with his Murloc cards, and we'll go Murloc up against Murloc.
I will fight with honor.
It was kind of surprising that Hearth Arena gave Murlocs in particular a low rating as far as cards to play. But I imagine in Arena in particular that is true, that you can't build a Murloc deck because it's just too unlikely that you would get a synergy of Murlocs. You kind of need to make it. Tragic Master said I subbed too. Lol. Oh, thank you everybody that subbed. Now go tell all your friends to sub too, even if they're not gonna watch it. Let's push me up to 500 subs. I'm at about 150 right now. Let's see, what could I do? I'm gonna do this first.
Reporting for duty.
This one, and then this one. Hit this guy. Oh well. Close enough. Next turn I can do this, and or I could do this and this. And see this one, the other Murloc, your other Murlocs, not everyone else's other Murlocs. Let's do this. And that. See, when you go Murloc and Murloc like this, it really is just a coin flip. Whoever controls the board and keeps people alive is gonna win. That one. And get away, Kodo. It's kind of nice to have just an arena run and not have to, or no, I don't really have to cover the video game news, but I like to, and it gives me something to do. But it's nice every now and then to just kind of sit back, and then I'm just gonna go well played.
That was a mistake.
Kevin Rue says my deck is more mid-range. On Murlocs, I don't think a mid-range deck is probably what you want. Unfortunately, I don't have any knowledge, and they're not telling of when the Fireside Festival is going to end. So there is this chance that maybe they'll finally announce that the double gold stops happening, and so maybe I'll stream before the next 3 days, but right now my plan is to in 3 days have 3 more quests and do it. That's what I normally do. We got the Tavern Brawl done, we got the daily quest done, and we got an arena run done. Just gonna come back here and we'll spend our 150 gold for our next arena run. And I am 730 gold over my desire to have 10,000 for the next expansion. So we're already making good progress towards the next expansion in 3 or 4 months or more from now. That's going to be it for this stream and the recording. Thank you everybody who commented. There was a ton of comments, way more comments on this stream than ever before. The black and white will be gone in 3 days. That was just for today, and hopefully Hearthstone Deck Tracker decides to work a little bit better. It will get another update. It gets updates all the time. Thank you everybody for commenting. Thank you everybody for friending me. Everybody who's subscribed and liked. And thank you everybody for watching. As always, I end my videos the same way because I've trained myself to do it. I ask people to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. And a lot of people here have done that, so there's not more to ask. If you want to friend or follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, Steam, or Battle.net, all of those links are down below in the description under social links. And that's it. Thank everybody for watching. Have a good evening.